I think that's it. I think that's it. And there we are. We're live. Live on YouTube. I better fucking spiffy myself up. Dave Oz, 13th best chef in the motherfucking house. Dave, I hope you're feeling better. I know you sound like you're probably still miserable, but sometimes that's good. It builds our character, Dave. Did in my case, right? Go ahead and deny I'm a character. Oh my god. I just choked. Holy shit. Hold on. Oh my god. Holy shit. I took a drink of my coffee and it went down the wrong pipe. Yeah, pain is important. Body exactly. Telling you that you probably aren't in great shape at the moment. Yeah, I've heard some sort of analogy on that, Dave. Why pain is so important because, you can't go flopping around with a floppy leg or trying to walk around with a floppy leg. If you didn't know you broke your leg or whatever, shit could get sketchy. I wonder what primal instinct choking while you sip your coffee has. What purpose that serves. Do 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 do. Ah, there we go. That time I took a successful sip of my coffee without choking. So what do you guys think, man? Pretty crazy, huh? Uh, with the Republicans having the House and the Senate, I wouldn't expect too much investigations going on. Well, the House, over this complete fucking lapse of responsibility and security and professionalism, right? I mean, none of us are surprised that it's a fucking such a fucking shit show, but it's really I don't know, man. So none of us are surprised that it's such a complete fucking shit show. But fuck, we just you can't you really can't predict that kind of fucking complete disregard for our nation's security. You know, I'd hate to be in uniform. You know what I mean? It fucking sucks for any of our fucking troops. Any you know, who knows? I mean, even if you're an undercover agent right now, like how bad is it going to be for those folks? We've already seen Trump fucking fuck his first fucking term, for fuck's sake. He wanted to he did fucking call or reveal the identity of the longest serving Most productive secret agent we ever had. 40 years they served. It's just insane. Dave, did you tell her that you know me? Did you ask her if she knew me? Did you tell her that you hang out with an American? Do you know TV2? Also, Dave, I had a buddy, man, when we were like preteens, 11, 12-ish, in the little neighborhood we lived in out in the sticks. We used to play war all the time, and one of these fellas who I'm still friends with, this dude's fucking crazy motherfucker, I'm telling you. Like, super crazy. But he loves me, so I'm all good. But the motherfucker would eat those MREs. Thinking back on it years later, I'm like, I wonder how old those motherfuckers were. Because, like, he was big into World War II memorabilia. He was kind of a Nazi skinhead, honestly, or 100%. All right. You're going to have to excuse me. I got to blow my snaz again now that I fucking starting to clear all the coffee out of my fucking lungs. Bama, what's up, sister? Good morning to you. Cheers. I apologize if I'm hacking in the microphone. I know it sounds absolutely terrible. Yeah, I know, right? Bama says, what a hot mess. I'm assuming she's talking about the Trump administration and not me, but either one would work. So I'm watching the markets next to me there. Because I don't expect this to last. I don't know what the fuck happened yesterday with the big jump, but I think somebody poured a bunch of money into Tesla or some bullshit. I don't know. Let's see what we got going here. This will be this will just be how the fuck is that open? Oh, I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say. Oh yeah, we're just skimming through fucking. Maybe this will be like a little bit of a learning process too, like because I don't necessarily yeah I don't necessarily subscribe to the some of these new. It's just it's MSM, as you guys can see. The name of the rag here, or digital rag, is El El Pas US. So I don't know how they pronounce that. LPAIS, El Pas, El Pas. Anyways, so this is what they're saying about the Russian-Ukraine situation. Russia lowers expectations of ceasefire in Ukraine after negotiations with the United States, which is not a surprise, right? Like, there's no way this is going to last. But it's encouraging, I guess. I haven't even thought about it because we have so much going on in our country as it is, right? Ourselves to deal with. But I don't know how it's gone since this agreed ceasefire, at least not attacking infrastructure over there, I believe, is what it's come down to. So it says almost complete secrecy surrounded the meeting between Russia and U.S. representatives held Monday in Riyadh to negotiate a possible ceasefire in Ukraine. The meeting concluded after more than 12 hours, and the only communication offered was that the text of the agreement would not be published until Tuesday. The Kyiv delegation will hold further talks with the Washington representatives after meeting last Sunday. Before the delegates locked themselves in a conference room at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Saudi Arabia capital, few details had emerged about the content of these talks. Washington wanted to extract a truce from Moscow beyond the minimum guarantees proposed to protect critical infrastructure. So, and that's where they're at with that, is they've supposedly agreed to stop bombing. Dave might actually know a little bit more than me. I just haven't been following. I'm assuming the ceasefire has, or at least on critical infrastructure, is in place and holding right now. But I think, fuck, we're already, what, over a week in? So it's what, another couple, 3 weeks that this ceasefire will, at least the length of it will be, the time will be up. It'll be expired in 30. It's a 30-day ceasefire. I don't know when it was signed. Yeah, Tuesday, I guess it would have been. Or so we're looking at another 21 or another 22 or 23 days, possibly. Tesla. I love Tesla. I hate EVs, but go out and buy a Tesla. Tesla. I'm probably going to have to keep refreshing this. Yeah, I am. So, well, the Dow's holding. I mean, it was higher. The futures were higher earlier than they are now, but yeah, exactly. Trump Trump saved the fucking company with the stock, with buying a Tesla. Tesla. I didn't even pay attention. Dave says, "What's with the mixed Coke with Vaseline ad?" I'll have to ask Christian. Was there something like that, Dave? What the fuck? Now, why is my thing all screwy? What did you do to my fucking market thingy, Dave? Why do I have to reset this? Because all I did was switch scenes. Alright, anyways. There it is. Tesla. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I got to go share this link on Blue Sky. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. I'm doing my Steve Lookner bit. Hang on, you guys. Breaking news. Hang on. I got to go. I have to go post this on Blue Sky. Blue skies smiling at me. Nothing but blue skies do I see. Bluebirds singing a song. Nothing but blue skies from now on. Happy little birds flap, flap, happy. Sunshine everywhere. Dave Oz is happy as a square at the fair. Hey, hey. All these days hurrying by. When you're in love, my how they fly. Bluebirds, nothing but blue. All day long. Alright, here we go. I can stop singing. I can stop doing my Frank Sinatra bit. That is a good song, though. Dave, what do you got for us, Silly Willy? All these days hurrying by. When you're in love, my how they fly. Dave, why is it always doing that to me? How come I can't, There we go. There we go. If you want America to like you, Elon, try doing something like this. Elon makes enough money from the American government to pay off student debt for 195 people every single day. Holy fucking shit, you kidding me? Yeah, Dave, I don't know what we're going to do, dude. Like, I don't know what we're going to do, man. How long do we sit back and let this fucking shit keep going? I mean, what do I have to fucking live for? Besides standing up for my family, my friends, my country, my brothers in arms like Dave Oz. Fred, what's up? Cheers to you, brother. Happy hump day. Fred says it's fake. No secret group chat was... Wait, what? It was real? Okay, no war plans were discussed. Wait, they were? It was no big deal and won't happen again. $8 million a day. $8 million a day. Yeah, it's a fucking amazing, isn't it, Fred? Just fucking amazing. Oops. No, I just looked at my description and see that I have some typos. Let me adjust that. Let me get rid of one of those S's on security. We don't want people to get the wrong idea. Of course, we are talking about the Trump administration, so the SS would be, you know, applicable. All these days hurrying by. When you're in love, my how they fly. Bluebirds, nothing but blue. I might have to bring that tune up and play it when I take a break. Oh, they are in a cult. They're in a cult. They're just not in a very good cult. Like, their cult's like all out in the open with all their bullshit. Yeah, am I right? How come these motherfuckers won't come over and fucking challenge me? Huh? Huh? I should have done a StreamYard. I guess I could always do one. I guess I could set it up and just keep this going. We'll see what happens. I don't have live music today, Mezzy, but Fred says, Dave, we saw that breakdancing, a new breakdancing that was not breakdancing. Jay, good morning to you, my brother. You've been up and at it for a while, haven't you? Jay will be taking a nap later today, as will probably TV2, but... So I just haven't streamed very much lately, right? Well, I haven't gotten on cam much. Yeah, the Dow futures are still looking strong. We'll see what happens. Market's open in 8 minutes. But so I might all of a sudden stop yapping here and there because I'm just gonna try and bring you guys a bunch of fucking updates today and just yap. However long I go after all the do this shit. Oh, I am following Retsy. All right. Dave, have another sweet memory for us. Sweet, sweet memories. Sweet memories, sweet, sweet. It isn't pulling up, Dave. It's not loading, Dave. Watch, I probably have a bunch of, you see that up there? It's loading. Oh, there it goes. I don't see anything, Dave. Maybe I should refresh. Watch, there it goes. I say, watch, I'm gonna start having a bunch of fucking computer problems. Elon showing how he can build a spaceship with cutlery if you take enough ketamine. That's fucking cold. Dave, the only thing that sucks about the still shot Memmy thing is his girlfriend was rocking uncontrollably next to him. I mean, I only watched the original clip once. I seen the thumbnail, right? And it was Luke Beasley or some bullshit. I seen the thumbnail and I'm like, what a fucking whack job he is, really. And so I clicked the post, and as soon as Beasley started playing the fucking video clip, my eyes immediately went to his girlfriend, and she just was like, I'm not kidding. You guys have probably seen it. I could not take my eyes. I'm like, what the fuck? Who gives a shit that Elon's playing with silverware? We already know he's a whack job. What the fuck is up with his sidekick, you know? What's her fucking story? Yeah, crazy shit, man. Dis, good morning to you, sister. Yeah, you know, Fred says his girlfriend Rockin' was just icing on the cake, ketamine icing. Yeah, she's got to be wasted too. And look, man, when I sit here and ride people about fucking doing drugs or drinking all the time, it's when it fucking affects your life. And it's clear we've seen some folks that, you know, they're dependent, right? King Tide. So I don't like, it's not like I'm against vices. You know what I'm saying? I have my own go-to vices. But you know what I'm saying? It's well, and for fuck's sake, you know, there's a difference between freedom of choice to do what you want, live your life the way you want, and then having fuck sticks like this who are, you know, are playing with silverware while the girlfriend rocks like a fucking maniac and at this, you know, elite fucking dinner party. I mean, we can't have those kinds of people in charge of our government, which is pretty much the case right now. Yeah, one of his 4 babies' mamas, right. Oh, just was asking who it was. Yeah, it's his current girlfriend, I believe. And she's a fucking whip. I mean, he has an education, and I'm just, look, I know you guys, when I say this, you guys are probably like, oh, TV, you know, just because they have a bunch of degrees or whatever doesn't make them any smarter or, you know, any more stable. And I get that, but the concentration and, you know, the dedication and stability you have to go through college for 4, 6, 8 years, right? I mean, and then to just be a complete fucking basket case like that, it just always, I'm always curious about that. Yeah. Just says she's doing all right considering. Yeah, we're all hanging in there. We have our days, we have our good days and bad days, I think, Des. Probably, you know. Um, the other day I was just completely at a loss. Like, holy fuck. And again, it comes down back, for me, it always comes back to the people supporting Trump. Because if he didn't have any support, he wouldn't be a concern, right? He'd just be like, you know, maybe somebody would be like, look at that kooky old guy on the corner over there, right? That kooky old orange guy on the corner. But certainly this morning, been at it since early this morning. Spent some time talking with Mighty and Putin and Ratzi and Bill and Fred, Mac late last night. So, and that was fun. Always, you know, I mean, there's always a couple, 1 or 2 of you folks around that we can gather, but so that lifted my spirits. It always makes me feel good knowing that I'm just inspired, right? We can't give up. Yeah, just says I know TV's still fucking shocking that we've allowed this madness. Yeah, I know. I'm with you 100%. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what we can do. Sit here and hope that shit's not gonna get. Well, Mighty was saying that he thinks that this fucking shit's just about out of steam, which I don't know exactly what he meant by that. Like maybe there's just no way that overall Republicans and of course the rest of us are not gonna sit there and tolerate this fucking nonsense for too much longer. I don't know. Yeah, Dave says I don't know why. Understand why he hasn't just retired and enjoyed the rest of his life. People are motivated, and Trump's motivated. You know what I mean? I don't have anything good to say about him. He's motivated though. Like he wants to do shit. He wants to be part of getting shit done, whether it's a train wreck or not, or if whether he's completely ass backwards and is doing shit that he thinks is productive, and it's just 100% not productive at all. It's anti-productive. But he wants to fucking be talked about, Dave. He wants to be on the stage and in front of the camera, and he wants to be talked about right up until the day he dies and afterwards. So, I don't know. Just says Elon not worth the trouble, rich guy or not, he doesn't look like he's any fun to be around. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, money is certainly never implied fun or good or anything, right? All right, Dave, we love you. Give your leg a kiss, hug and kiss for us, brother. Hang in there, Dave. The worst is over, right? You got to be starting to feel a little bit better now, hopefully. Or hopefully you're able to rest a little better at times. Whatever you were doing, don't do that shit again. I never did talk to you about it because I didn't. I just kind of found out through watching you guys yap a little bit that you'd injured yourself pretty good. But I don't want to. I don't want to bring up. I don't want to reopen old wounds. Yeah. Just says, Dave, lay down and rest up. That's right. Do 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 do. Blue skies. You guys see that? Or maybe not. I have my windows up here covered because I'm a fucking goddamn hermit. The sun's shining out there pretty good, but it's still cold as fuck. 31 degrees. Okay. The markets are open. Hold on. All right. Hold on, hold on. If I do this right, then I may be able to scroll throughout the day. Possibly. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to work, but I can do this way, though. I'm just waiting for Wes to come in and fucking bitch at me for using fucking Yahoo Finance. How about that bugger some days? I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Jay says, my strains for the year: lemon, cherry gelato, tropic cherry, wedding cake, glitter bomb, and GMO Girl Scout cookie chem dog. I'm just going to keep trying to grow some, keep growing some White Widow and AK-47. I don't know. I love those. What do you got for us, Des? Oh, hold on. I got to put on my headphones. I haven't seen that one yet. I can't play the whole thing, but I've been watching. Well, I just. Okay, I thought this was a new channel, but it says I'm subscribed. Maybe I did subscribe. I know there's an. I'm pretty sure there's another Resolute Square. Oh, maybe he changed the name of it. All right. Yeah, I just. There was a good Lincoln Project post yesterday, too, from Rick. Yeah, and Stu, I love those guys. Thanks for sharing this. I'll pin the link, but I can't sit here and run this whole thing. But yeah, those guys are great. I'm serious. I dig what Rick does a lot. I'm gonna post this link there or pin it. There we go. Rick is good. You know, when I first started watching him not all that long ago, I thought, man, I really got it. You know, just seeing, I just like his professionalism and the fact that he's very down to earth and approachable in how he just does his streams, right? Obviously, you're not really going to be approaching him in that sense or in like a physical sense, but he just is very inviting. And then to see him more recently get really fucking pissed off and just scrap the fucking, you know, P's and Q's language, minding your P's and Q's language. Yeah, I just really love and appreciate the guy, his style. So anyways, I thought I would start to fucking curb my F-bombs, but it's impossible for me. As you guys know, listener to me, I say fuck a lot. Yeah, none of those ad blockers work in my OSB browsers. I've tried it so many times. Like, everything defaults back to fucking Google Chrome. Yeah, I've tried so many different ways to get ads to stop popping up when I'm streaming, but it doesn't happen. The only way I could do it would be to buy a membership to YouTube, which might happen sometime. Oh, they did change it. I wasn't sure if he started a new channel or what. Just says Lincoln's Project, or Lincoln Resolute Square is now Lincoln Square. Yeah, I watch those guys. the Bulwarks and Pac-Man pretty religiously. I watch a lot of BTC posts as well. I was watching David Feldman for a long time, but then I kind of dropped out of that. Just says Harlem 21 still my favorite. Jay says as long as I have 5 new strains per year, I don't get bored, I think. Right on. You know what? Let me get... Fuck this one. Let me bring up a different one. I'm going to bring up a... This isn't Yahoo. Oh, it is. All right. Well, because the thing I got up isn't really showing how much it's gain them points, just the percentage. That's fine. I'm not gonna fuck with it. Good enough. Yeah, so it's like it's still fucking chilly as fuck here, you guys. Uh 32. It's not supposed to get above 37 today. And I mean, I can't complain. It's just and that's what I hate. I told Mrs. V, I'm like, we're getting all this fucking great weather like it was in the 70s last week and maybe even the week before we had a 70-degree day or close to it. But it was fucking 70s for literally like 75 degrees for a couple days, and then the upper 60s and clear skies, right? And now it's gonna be fucking 30s and rain and snow here and there, and for the next 10 days, which it's spring in West Michigan, but still, it's like if it could just hover around the mid 40s, 50s would be great. All right, you guys, I'm going to have to go make another cup of coffee here in a second. God damn it. I used to have that Frank Sinatra tune recorded. I guess I won't bring it up right now because it's not a very long song, and I'm probably going to be gone longer than 2 minutes. Blue skies smiling at me. Nothing but blue skies do I see. I'm fucking poking at the fucking bears over there. Let's check out Dis's link here a second before I go. I guess that can't expand that, huh? Oh, that still didn't expand it. God damn it. I don't know what I'm doing. All right. The Trump administration accidentally texted me its war plans. Yeah. What? Is that Hillary Clinton? Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, they text him to Jeffrey Goldberg, right? The Atlantic reporter. Yeah, it's fucking insane. It's like, well, that's why we're doing this stream so early in the day, Dis, because I'm just waiting for Hegseth to hook us up with the next big military strike. Just some leopard eating party stuff. Yeah, they're fucking kooks, Matt or Fred. Kooky dookies. Should we? I could bring those fuck sticks up. Should I do that? Should I? Should I? Sugar, sugar, do 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 do. Honey, honey. You're a fucking mega chud, and you got me wanting to shit on you. Do 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 do. All maggots, do 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 do. Chud muffins, do 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 do. God damn it. The chuds, the chuds. All right, you guys hang tight. TV2 will be right back. I gotta go make another coffee. And I'm back. Pro, what's up, brother? Cheers to you. Happy afternoon to our French brother there. I should probably get my shit together and learn some French greetings, right? Pro, I don't know if I turned you on to Cupcake Al. She's, I'll grab her. Let me grab her link a minute. She's a walkthrough streamer that lives in Paris. I don't know. She's very pleasant and just a nice streamer. I don't know how much women are into the French accent, but I have to tell you, I enjoy listening to Cupcake Yap. She's a beauty. Macaroni, good morning to you, sir. Yeah, Pro says, anyway, keep well, be happy, and never give up. We never will, brother. We never will. TV never will. I couldn't give up if I wanted to. Trust me, there's been days I wanted to. There's been all kinds of days I'm like, if I could just say fuck it, how great would that be? Are the Chuds losing their mind by any chance? There you go, Pro. You're welcome, brother. Tell her I sent you. She's great. She's always doing her best to welcome everybody into her streams, and she's out on locale, right? Doing it. It's not like she's just sitting in a studio staring at the chat like my dumb ass, right? She's out there just she's great. I know I guess I don't promote a ton of YouTube streamers, but you guys know I promote the ones that I really enjoy and genuinely follow and appreciate. So I always love to share that stuff with you guys. I figure if I like it, somebody else has to appreciate it too, I would assume. So well, you know how it is, Pro. Like us here in the West, a lot of Americans have this fucking corrupt idea of the French being snooty people, and it's like complete opposite of what I've found so far. Like a lot of folks are, and I don't get it because like we're fucking rough and gruff and uneducated, and it's like a lot of folks around the world really love hanging out and talking with Americans, and it's like I don't understand that as far as wanting to hang out and talk to Americans or thinking that's some sort of special thing. And of course not everyone, but I certainly feel that way about Europeans. Like I just feel like I really look up to Europeans. Like they got their shit together. They're not fucking juvenile in so many ways that America is. It's and, of course I'm not beating up on all of us U.S. citizens. It's just You guys know. There's a lot of fuck-ups out there in this country. Wes, good morning to you, sir. No, is Vicky going to... She gets really weird, Wes, as you know, I'm sure. She gets like... She is just one fucking evil-minded person at times. I do not understand it. I mean, what are these people... What has happened to them in their life that they get like that? Like, for fuck's sake, I've been too embarrassed to share some of my childhood with you guys because we had rough moments. But holy fuck, man, I was not fucking mentally abused to the point where I ended up like these motherfuckers. All right, Pro, thanks for stopping by, brother. We love you. See you again soon. For sure, for sure. I'm getting so goddamn busy. You're going to be busy with, you know, the weather change and that. I'm afraid I'm going to miss you guys, or I'm going to, it's not going to be as bad as I'm thinking, and I just figure I'm going to be quite exhausted and have absolutely no energy to do this kind of shit. And that may be the case for a few weeks, but we'll see. Yeah, Wes says 53% women voted for Trump. That is a hard stat to swallow. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I don't think that Wes is misleading us. I just believe that is very, very hard to understand or wrap my mind around. I mean, how could he have gotten more of the fucking female vote than male vote? It's fucking crazy. Yeah, John hangs out there quite a bit. Wes says maybe, but women don't like other women like Harris. What do you mean? What kind of woman is Harris like? Successful, aggressive women, smart, hardworking. Black women. Maybe most women don't like other black women. Des, I can't let you do that too much longer, sister. We've already talked about this. The election wasn't stolen. I can't have you saying that shit in the chat. Last thing I want to do is butt heads with any of you people I love and appreciate. But I can't be a hypocrite. The election wasn't stolen in 2020 and it wasn't stolen in 2024. If any of you guys believe that, you're going to have to, go bring it someplace where there's kooks that will, confirm it for you. I don't have no patience for that, Dis. I hope you understand that I really do not want to, I'm not trying to get on you at all. I can't have any of that shit in my chat because it's bullshit. The election wasn't stolen. I'm going to leave your comment up, but I'm asking you as nice as I possibly can. Don't spread disinformation here. Unless you got proof, sister, then bring it to me. We're better than that, is my point. Well, you straight up said the election was stolen, and you have zero proof of that. And I know you better than that. You don't just spew bullshit, right? You're a solid person that requires evidence, right, for such claims, and you don't have any. So we can't. I mean, I can't tell you what you can say and can't say, but I can. I'm not going to allow that shit here. I just think we're better. For one, I think we're better off focusing on what we're going to do to resolve these issues, because relitigating an election is never. It just doesn't get us anywhere. Even if you are right, it's not going to get us anywhere. Well, I think Wes says minds of voters changed. I think people just got lazy, Wes. I think we didn't have the Democrat turnout that we should have. I'm not accusing you of spreading disinformation, unless you're going to sit there, unless you're going to stand on your comment that the election was stolen, because you don't have no proof of that, is my point, right? We can let it go. That'll be the last I say on it, as long as you do. You know, again, I appreciate you folks who are willing to come in here and speak your mind and push back. Don't shy away if TV pushes back a little bit himself, because, yeah. Wes, I just think people didn't show up. Like, they were completely what's the word I'm looking for? They were completely just burnt out, have no faith in the system, and Democrats didn't show up to vote. And I think, unfortunately, there's probably, and this is sad, but you can look at statistics, and sadly, there's a lot of black voters that don't fucking educate themselves, not just on voting or politics, but period. And I'm not saying that that's some sort of, that it's a huge epidemic, with black folks being, huge percentage or majority of black folks being uneducated or not informed themselves about politics. I don't necessarily believe that it's any larger percentage than it is white folks. It's that those are votes that Democrats count on more so than, or those are the votes that are the swing votes, in a sense, right? Especially black males, when it comes to with a character or a candidate like Trump involved, right? For whatever reason, these guys think that the epitome of slave owners, who Trump is like the epitome of what slave owners were like. It blows my mind that these folks think that someone like that is going to somehow improve their lives. So I think it's just a matter of people were completely turned off by all of it, and we see that the uneducated, the folks that feel like they've been disenfranchised, the ignorant, the susceptible, the folks that are susceptible to lies and all the bullshit that Trump spreads, they went out and voted, right? Like they thought whatever the election was last time, they were going to go out and vote in 2024, and they outvoted us by, sure, Trump didn't even get the majority of the votes cast, right? He didn't even get 50% of the votes cast in the 2024 election, but he had more of his base. The Republicans had more Republican voters that were less willing to sit at home than we did. And that's just what it comes. Or Trump flipped voters. I mean, it's very difficult to look at the swing state results, and think that we just plain didn't quite get there. It's like we didn't even fucking get nowhere close. I don't know. I can't understand what you're talking about, Wes. You've really got to do longer fucking posts, brother. Don't be afraid to be more specific. You got 200 characters you can use. Wes says, let's teach who Uncle Sam is. Not sure what you mean by that. You have criminal elements. Again, not sure what you mean by that. And no, they don't think that is the problem. Who doesn't think what is the problem? I mean, I'm all open to you guys suggesting to me why it is people didn't turn out and vote. Why Democrats didn't turn out to vote. Because that's exactly what happened. They didn't turn out to vote, and this is the result. If you don't get enough votes, you don't win. And my thoughts are that, and you're going to have to go talk to these people who didn't vote to get the exact answer, but they just feel disenfranchised. I think the Democrats that did not go out and vote feel like it was fucking useless. I don't see any other reason why they wouldn't have. Like, they just felt like there was either one of two things. Either it wasn't going to make any difference for whatever billion random reasons, or the most likely is that they didn't see much difference between the Democrat and Republican Party, which I know is fucking crazy, right? Especially if you're looking at the two candidates, right? Harris and Trump. To not see much of a difference between those two, I think is laziness. So that goes back to what I believe that is really the core issue, is that people aren't educating themselves or informing themselves enough on the candidates. Yeah, but Wes, it's all generalizations. Wes says, no, they don't think that is the problem. Don't think what is the problem. You got to understand, brother, I talk so fast and there's a 20-second delay. So by the time you get my comment and then reply to it, I have no idea what you might be talking about. That's why when I comment, I usually will say, hey, Wes says, or Dis says, or right? Because otherwise there's too much confusion. I don't want a book to read. Wes is more stubborn than Mrs. V, I'm telling you. Frustrating. All I wanna do is chew some gum. I got a feeling I'm not the only one. Wes, maybe I can do this since it's just me and you now. Tell me what it is you think why Dems didn't get out and vote. I mean, we clearly had less Democrat votes in 2024 than we had in 2020. It wasn't that we just got beat this time, even though that maybe there was more registered. We just didn't have the same number of votes as the previous election. All right. Wes, you're going to seriously fucking piss me off in a minute, dude. I know you don't give a shit, but I can sit there fucking ask you questions, you fucking retard, and all you do is drop 4 and 5 fucking word sentences that are completely irrelevant. So you're never going to fucking get this crap, right? I ask you a simple question. Tell me what the fuck you think it is why Democrats didn't show up to vote, but you can't. You just want to sit here and be a fucking smartass. That's it, isn't it, Wes? You're old school wanting to be a fucking smartass. Fucking get bent, dude. If your only fucking entertainment is to sit here and be as controversial and fucking argumentative as possible, then just fuck off. You know what I'm saying? Jesus Christ, what the fuck is the matter with people today? Was that the reaction you were hoping for, Wes? Because for next time you can just say, hey, TV, why don't you just fucking tell me what a fucking dick I am? Because I can do that. God damn it. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're never going to fucking get it. Don't start fucking coming in here and talking shit to me, dude. I sat here and fucking asked you 10 times to explain yourself, and all you do is be a dumbass and drop fucking one-word posts like details. Oh, dude, you're never going to get it. You want a book to read? No, I'm in defense mode. Wes, you're being a fucking complete idiot on purpose, and you know it. I'm sorry that you're old and lonely and probably been drinking too much lately. Is that it? Just says TV. Did you see this? Hold on. Let me bring it up. Denise Wheeler, I think we might know where all the missing Dem ballots went. This is Ethan Sheotron. I probably blew the last name. He's one of Musk's Doge takeover hackers. 2 years ago, he won the Berkeley AI hackathon, but in 2000 won the Hack GT7 with a ballot altering program called Ballot Proof. He's the deep dive that he couldn't scrub. Here's the deep dive that he couldn't scrub. They describe ballot proof as a methodology built for faster, smarter, and more secure validation of ballots, but you only have to dive into the script to know that what it really does. This is the link to the dev post page detailing the program and all the tools used. I'm going to save that link. Or let's go to it. This is just another blue sky platform. This is just another blue sky. Okay, maybe it's not. Hold on. I don't know, Dis. I'm probably going to have to go back and check out this page because this isn't really showing me shit. This isn't proof of anything. Yeah, Oh, there it's starting to load maybe. Yeah, I don't know. This is just nothing but opinion piece. There's no evidence of a hack here. This is just what this guy telling us what he's done and how this ballot proof thing works. Hey, all right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. No, I don't know how. I don't know how much longer I'll be up. All right. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I can't get this page to load. Mrs. V was in the house for a second. I don't know. I got that link saved though, Dis, and I'll check it out. It's. I think I'm taxing my computer a little bit much right now. I can't figure out why else. Every page I've opened has been a little bit slow. Yeah, I don't know. I'm having a hard time with it. All right. Roy, what's up, mother brother? Dave, I thought you were going to take a nap. Oh, it's a thread? Like a comment thread? I don't know. I saved that link, sister, so I will get back there and see if I can get shit to load up faster for me. I'm fucking pissy, Roy. How do you fucking think I am? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to yell. I'm not trying to yell at you, Roy. I'm on fire today. And I don't have any fucking. I'm not very apologetic about it. But I don't want to be a fucking dick. But sometimes it happens. Doesn't mean that I don't. Doesn't mean that I'm not justified in being a dick. God damn it. I don't like fucking being like that, Wes. Why can't we just fucking play nice together? We don't have to kiss each other's ass. I appreciate that you're honest with me and open with me. Otherwise, I'd have booted you, right? I don't have much patience, I'll tell you. I don't. And that's not good. I'm not proud of that. I want you guys to know that I'm not proud of being a fucking edgy bastard at times. But I don't feel bad about it either. I still like you too, Wes. I just don't dude, I'm already fucking a pretty not the smartest most intuitive fella in the world as it is. I have a hard enough time reading people. I need you guys to be as clear as possible. I try to be. Southpaw says, morning all. Senate Intel hearing is on. Thanks, Southpaw, because I was planning on bringing some of that up. That way I can take a little break here because I want to keep the stream going all day. So let me find that a minute, you guys. We're going to go to the Senate floor here in a few minutes as soon as I can bring it up. And then I'll pop back in, or I'll be sitting right here watching and following along and yapping with you guys. All right. Southpaw, what were you watching that on? C-SPAN? I got it, brother. Thank you. And happy hump day to you, Southpaw. Oh, excuse me. I know that probably sounds great when I fucking hack into the microphone. All right, just one more refresh. Because I want to control the audio with OBS, so I got to change that and get back in there and full screen it again. All right. Sweet. I'll put my dumb ass on top. They're probably not saying anything, so it might take a minute to see if we have good audio. Probably do, though. Wow, that's weird. Hair apparent, thanks for streaming. All right. Yeah, I think we're all set. Yeah, thanks again, Southpaw. I appreciate the reminder. I get yapping, and I got all fucking wound up and was chewing on Wes. And I forgot that I wanted to keep an eye on the markets today, of course, and I wanted to see what was going on in the House and Senate. Supposedly, too, next week we have the Judiciary Committee is going to bring in this Boasberg judge to fucking ream his ass for no good fucking reason whatsoever. So that's going to suck for him. I'll keep an eye on that, or keep an eye out for that. I don't think they gave, maybe they said next Tuesday. I can't be sure. Kristi Noem is going to be going down to El Salvador to do a photo op with some MS-13 gang members, and then try and get Americans to believe that that's the people they're deporting. So we'll keep an eye on that, because for sure I want to be able to call her out on any fucking bullshit hype hysteria propaganda that they're going to spew, because you know they're going to spew it. So all right, I know I just took a break, but I'm going to let you guys go for a second. I got to go do a BRB and finish yapping at the missus a second. She was trying to get my attention, but she said, "Just come see me when you got a minute." So I'm going to. All right, I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Mr. President, I recognize the Democrat leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, yesterday it was reported that classified war plans were leaked by the Secretary of Defense over unsecured text messages. These text exchanges, confirmed by the administration as authentic, included the Defense Secretary, the National Security Advisor, the CIA Director, the Vice President of the United States, and, unintentionally, a journalist with no security clearance. For the Defense Secretary to coordinate war plans in such a haphazard and dangerous way puts our national security, our troops, and every single American at risk. They intentionally put highly classified information on an unclassified device. Every single senator, Democrat and Republican and independent, must demand accountability. I am calling for a bipartisan investigation in the Senate of this mishandling. I am also calling for the Defense IG to fully investigate. This is too serious not to know exactly what happened, why it happened, and how to prevent it from ever happening again. The Senate and the executive branch have an obligation to fully investigate how this mishandling of sensitive national defense information was allowed to happen. Republicans must not just shrug their shoulders and call this incident, quote, one of those learning moments. No, no, no. This is a serious matter, a potential breach of classified intelligence, of imminent war plans against America's adversaries. The Senate, as well as all relevant authorities within the executive branch, must investigate this incident fully. We need to know how this conversation was allowed to happen in the first place on an unsecured channel. We need to know the potential damage it could have caused our national security. And we need to know how to prevent this from ever happening again. And any Senate Republican who was up in arms years ago about emails and unsecured servers should be outraged by the Secretary of Defense's carelessness. What if Russian intelligence gained access to this text thread and shared it with their Iranian allies? What if the Iranians had shared it with their allies, the Houthis? A terrifying thought, putting American lives, the lives of our armed forces, in jeopardy. At best, Secretary Hegseth showed a colossal lack of judgment. At worst, he put America's national security and perhaps American troops in danger. And once he got caught, did Secretary Hegseth take responsibility for this fiasco? Did he exhibit any kind of leadership Americans expect from the man who may deploy our troops into battle, from the man who may send our family members, our friends, our neighbors into harm's way? Did he show how he'd do things differently next time? No, he did not. Instead of accepting responsibility outrageously, Secretary Hegseth attacked the journalist and called him deceitful. He took the deny till you die approach, even though these messages were already authenticated by the National Security Council spokesperson. Secretary Hegseth's refusal to accept responsibility yesterday was eerily similar to the way he conducted himself during the confirmation process. I fear how he will react to future moments of crisis. And again, when Pete Hegseth came before the Senate as a nominee, Democrats warned something like this could happen. These people, Secretary Hegseth and so many others, are clearly not up for the job. We warned that confirming them was dangerous, that they would behave recklessly, and unfortunately, we were right. Now on Social Security. What is happening at the Social Security Administration is an utter travesty, and Senate Republicans are doing nothing, absolutely nothing at all to stop it. As we all know, Social Security is among the most beloved programs that has ever existed in American history. But right now, Donald Trump and Elon Musk, two billionaires, one of them the richest man on earth, are taking a chainsaw at Social Security. This is one of the darkest examples of Donald Trump's attempt to erode away at the American dream. He and Musk are rigging the system more and more in favor of billionaires while stealing from working people in order to cut taxes for the rich. And let's be very clear. What is happening right now to the Social Security Administration is already a benefit cut. They're shutting off phone lines, closing down field offices, firing staff by the thousands, adding red tape, not reducing red tape, adding red tape with burdensome new rules. Wait times to talk to someone over the phone are now 2 hours. In some cases, people wait for 4 or 5 hours. This is not efficiency, it is sabotage. What Musk and Doge are doing is a classic hostile takeover. They are swooping in, cannibalizing Social Security from within, and then they'll sell what's left for parts. Make no mistake. If the American people don't believe this is coming directly from Donald Trump, just listen to his address to Congress, where he spent a full 10 minutes spreading lie after lie after lie about fraud, about checks to people who are 150 years old. This is a lie that Trump's own acting commissioner has said is false. When Senate Republicans are allowing, what Senate Republicans are allowing to happen to Social Security is deeply immoral, and their silence is an absolute disgrace. Today, the Senate Finance Committee will hold a hearing on the nomination of Frank Bisignano to lead the beleaguered Social Security Administration. Someone with Mr. Bisignano's background is the last person we need at the Social Security Administration. The agency is standing on a knife's edge, and now Republicans want to appoint someone famous for shrinking the organizations he has led. Mr. Bisignano's nomination should go no further after today's hearing. If Republicans care one bit about seniors and their benefits, they should immediately reject his nomination and stand up to Doge. A yes vote on Bisignano is a vote to cut Social Security. Let me say it again. A yes vote on Mr. Bisignano is a vote to cut Social Security, plain and simple. During today's hearing, we need the answers to some very important questions, not just from the nominee, but also from our Republican colleagues themselves. Do Senate Republicans and Mr. Bisignano agree, for one, that Social Security is a scam, like Elon Musk and Donald Trump say? Do they agree with Secretary Lutnick if seniors miss benefits for 1 month, they'll be perfectly fine with it? Do Senate Republicans and Mr. Bisignano plan to do anything at all, to reverse the profound damage that is happening right now to the agency? Time is short to stop permanent damage to the Social Security Administration. If Republicans continue to do nothing, the political backlash will be unprecedented. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know better than anyone, having just won election to this body, that Americans elected Republicans all across the country to get our country back on track. That's what this last election was about, and Republicans are keeping our promises. Today, more Americans say our country is on the right track than they've said for the last 20 years. And that's because President Trump's and Republicans' common sense revolution is working. By contrast, what we see with the Democrats, they have abandoned all common sense. And the American people are resounding them. Amazing numbers. According to a recent poll, CNN did a poll. They're no friends of Republicans. What did they say? They said only 29% of the American people view the Democrat Party favorably. Even worse, according to the recent NBC poll, only 27% of Americans had a positive view of the Democrats. The Democrat approval rating is at its all-time low in the history of polling in this country. Why is that? Well, let me tell you, it's because Democrats in this body and the Senate are taking positions and continuing to take positions that are truly radical. Democrats in this body support people who support terrorism. That's who they side with. They refuse to protect women in sports. 80% of Americans say we need to protect women and girls in sports against biologic men. Democrats refuse to stand with Israel. Democrats, through their votes, trying to support higher energy prices, not lower energy prices. It was inflation which cost them the election, the open borders and the high prices of the last administration. Democrats were refusing to protect taxpayers. In terms of specific, wasteful Washington spending that we've been seeing, Democrats are refusing to allow us to remove some of this wasteful Washington spending. And they want Americans to pay higher taxes. $4 trillion in increased taxes is what they're hoping for by the end of this year. Now, the minority leader who just spoke, he appeared last week on a television show on ABC called The View. What did he do? He spent his time attacking not the abuses against America, but against hard-working and successful American families. People who just want to keep more of their hard-earned money. People don't want to see the government waste it, fritter away, as we've seen from these examples and lists of money being spent in ways that you just wouldn't even think would make sense to anyone. The minority leader had nothing good to say about the innovators or the job creators, the hardworking Americans who'd make this country great. Look, over the last 4 years, the 4 years of the last administration, wasteful spending caused the worst inflation in 40 years. Democrats raised our taxes, they took our money, and they spent it recklessly. And today, Democrats are pulling out all the stops to block our bold Republican agenda. This is an agenda that the American people support. So how do they do it? They don't have the votes in the House, they don't have the votes in the Senate, and they don't have the White House. So how can Democrats and their radical views be reflected in what's happening in this country? Well, you know, Mr. President, they are doing it through radical district court judges. That's what the American people are hearing about today in the news. Radical district court judges who oppose President Trump, oppose his agenda. So how many district court judges are there in the country? Well, the number is 677. That's how many there are in the United States. And last week, one of the 677, just one of them at the district court level, ordered a nationwide ban to stop deportation of illegal immigrant gang members. This is wrong. One district court judge in one district court out of 677 of these district judges saying stop for the entire country. Well, these gang members, these illegal immigrants, they're part of a criminal group. And it's a criminal group designated by President Trump as terrorists. They're murderers, they're rapists, they're drug dealers. They threaten the safety and security of every American community. Last month alone, there were 15 nationwide injunctions issued against the Trump administration by who? By activist district judges. From Washington, D.C. to Seattle, these activist district judges think they know better than the American people. Their radical order blocks signature pillars of our Republican agenda, the agenda that the American people voted for in November. These radical activist judges are protecting criminals, they're protecting terrorists, and they are after people that we know we need out of the country, they want to keep them here. They're against accountability, clearly an effort by the Democrats and their activist judges to try to undo the will of the voters. Let me be very clear. When partisan, unelected district court judges try to micromanage the President of the United States, that's not judicial review. It isn't checks and balances. It is purely partisan politics, and it's wrong. Radical district judges are not going to succeed in blocking Republicans from getting this nation back on track. I applaud President Trump. He's fighting to uphold the rule of law. He's appealing these bad rulings. He's representing the values of the American people. So let me go back to where I began. Last week, NBC reported Democrats are at the lowest level of support in the history of polling. At the same time, more Americans say that our country is on the right track than they have in the last 20 years. The Republican agenda for America continues to be popular. Americans want to escape the last 4 years of high prices and open borders. Republicans' shared agenda will deliver safer communities, secure borders, affordable prices, and peace through strength. Republicans are committed, Mr. President, to getting America back on track. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Osterbrooks.
I know, right, Des? That dude is a fucking spaz. I thought fucking Robert Bradley and NATO were spazzes. Canadian Warrior's a fucking spaz like there's no other spaz, right? Dude is a fucking just irate, man. He is full throttle. Just crazy. Dave, I'm sure Stephanie is a much better chef than you. God damn it, Dave. Don't make me pick on you while you're in pain. I don't want to be like that. Stephanie, just go ahead and tell Dave that you can run circles around him in the kitchen. I mean, it probably goes without saying, but go ahead and let him know anyway. Oh, fucking Chucky, man. I don't know what to say. I fucking bit my tongue all last year. I don't know what to say. I feel like we should have zero tolerance, you guys. I really do. I just feel like there should be no accepting any bullshit from anyone on the left. No fucking compromising. What are we doing? What are we compromising? Who said, what did Ben Franklin say? Was it Franklin that said those willing to give up a little bit of their freedom for security deserve neither? Right? Isn't that what, was that Ben Franklin? Again, in reference to the fucking shit show that fucking Schumer put on last week with the fucking budget thing, or the week before, whenever it was, those who are willing to sacrifice a little bit of their freedom for security deserve neither. And I know we have veterans in this chat right now. And I'm sure they would agree with me on that. And Ben Franklin, if it was Franklin that said it, I can't remember. I think so, but it's a really kind of bone-shaking statement, isn't it? I mean, I've said it. Look, there's no more fence riders, right? And I've always appreciated this phrase, you know, that you're either part of the problem or part of the solution. And I don't think that always has to be the case or is always the case. But I think that is always the case in really extreme situations, right? I mean, it's really clear. It seems very, very clear to most of us what's happening here. And there's no doubt in most of our minds about the complete corruption, fascism, unconstitutional administration that we have right now. So I know most of us aren't fence riders, and I know most of us get that, probably appreciate the, again, the saying that you're either part of the problem or part of the solution. If you're willing to sacrifice a little bit of your freedoms for security, then you deserve neither. And that's how I feel. Now, I'm a 54-year-old fella that already raised his kids. He's been married 30 years. I've done just about anything that real exciting that I'm probably going to do in life. Any of the goals that I had as a young man that I didn't accomplish, it's probably not going to happen this time around, right? I've accepted all that. Fucking put my ass out there. I am willing to fucking just beat my head against anything I need to stop this kind of shit from happening in our country anymore. So I'll be here with you guys. I'll be here with you. Whatever that's worth, I'll be here with you.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Illinois.
are we in a quorum call?
Yes,
Ask consent that it be suspended.
without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me take you back to January of 1985. Ronald Reagan had just begun his second term as president, and one of his policy priorities was to include the abolition of the Department of Education. What did it finally take to get him to back down from that commitment? Congress. Congress stood firm to protect this vital agency in 1985. In a letter to Senator Orrin Hatch, a Republican senator from Utah, President Reagan said that although he wanted to dismantle the department, quote, the proposal has received very little support in Congress. And because of the lack of support from Congress, which would be necessary, of course, to close down the agency, President Reagan decided not to proceed with his plan. Sound familiar? That is because currently another Republican president who ran on the slogan of, quote, making America great again, has suggested abolishing the Department of Education. Only this time, he's not consulting with Congress, he's taking steps to do it. Last week, President Trump signed an executive order to close down the Department of Education. Demolishing the federal agency dedicated to the success of our next generation is short-sighted and deeply damaging to the future of this country. Families, schools, and young people in my state of Illinois and across the nation depend on the Department of Education. In Illinois, the department provides critical annual funding for K through 12 schools to meet the needs of 4,000 schools and more than 2 million students. This includes $652 million in annual federal funding for nearly 300,000 kids with disabilities. Mr. President, I can remember a time when I went to school, and it was rare that you saw a disabled child in school. I don't know where they were. They were being hidden or something, held back, but they certainly weren't being given the opportunities they have today. That also includes $778 million in annual funding for schools enrolling 1.3 million students from low-income backgrounds and so much more. These are kids who are attending schools which aren't in the best and wealthiest neighborhoods. They've got good families who care about their education, and we give them a helping hand to make sure those kids have a fighting chance. President Trump has repeatedly promised to, quote, send education back to the states, unquote. But state and local funds already account for the vast majority of K through 12 education funding. And states and school districts decide what is taught in schools, not the federal government. Cuts to federal education programs and funds will hurt the nation's students and the communities they live in. Shuttering Department of Education threatens funding for low-income students and special education. And it makes uncertain the future of federal student loans and Pell Grants. We all know what a Pell Grant is. It's an opportunity for a child from a family of modest means to finally go to college. Funding degrees with these Pell Grants opens a door for opportunity, prepares these students to be part of the future workforce and the economy, and allows America to continue to compete on a global stage. In Illinois, 226,000 students receive $1 billion in Pell Grants to afford higher education, a program that has received bipartisan support. So what does President Trump plan on doing with these student loans if he abolishes the Department of Education? Well, they made a proposal. They want to shift the administration of this loan program to the Small Business Administration, a separate agency, while at the same time, the president and the DOJ folks have planned to fire 40% of the federal employees at the Small Business Administration. So follow the bouncing ball here. He wants to eliminate the Department of Education and call into question the administration of a program that literally millions of students rely on to go to school. And he's going to shift the responsibility for administering that program to the Small Business Administration, which is not a large agency, But at the same time, he's going to cut the number of employees at SBA by 40%. Have any idea what's going to happen as a result of that? Most people know. It's going to be an administrative disaster. Donald Trump is not trying to move education back to the states. In a real-life shell game, he's moving pieces around until we lose sight of the ball, and in the process, making drastic changes to our education system. This administration will not stop in its relentless effort to weaken America's public schools. Before signing last week's executive order, President Trump made significant staff cuts at the department, already one of the smallest agencies. He fired more than half the staff at the Department of Education. Why does he need this money that he's going to bring back to the Treasury by firing these people? Because, of course, he needs to pay for tax cuts for wealthy people. We've seen it before. In President Trump's first administration, he has the distinction of having created more national debt in 4 years than any previous president. He's out to set a new record this time. It isn't that he's just for tax cuts. They have to be tax cuts that really favor the wealthiest taxpayers in America. That's just wrong. He fired employees at the Office of Federal Student Aid. He slashed his staff at the Office for Civil Rights. This means students applying for financial aid will have to wait longer to learn whether they can afford to go to college. It means students defrauded by predatory for-profit colleges won't see the student loan relief they're entitled to. What am I talking about here? You can tell the story of for-profit colleges and universities with two numbers, 8 and 30. 8% of the graduates of high school in America end up in for-profit colleges and universities. But 30% of all the student loan defaults are these same students. Why this difference, this disparity? They charge too much for tuition, they offer far less education than they promise, and the students are often defrauded in the process. Historically, they turn to the Office of Civil Rights and the Department of Education to get forgiven some of the loans that they've incurred because of the fraudulent conduct of these schools. Now, of course, closing the Department of Education and closing the Office of Civil Rights, it denies them their opportunity and their day in court. It means weaker enforcement of federal laws passed by Congress to protect students from marginalized backgrounds and students with disabilities. And it means that students and families with open cases in the Office of Civil Rights are unlikely to see any resolution. Meanwhile, instead of investigating instances of genuine discrimination, the administration is laser focused on targeting universities that do not align with its values and hope to suppress free speech and ban transgender athletes from participating in women's sports. How does closing the one agency responsible for shaping our nation's young people, for building competitive workforce of tomorrow, make America great? It doesn't. Not only will closing down the Department of Education hurt millions of young people across the country and weaken our nation's future, it is also illegal. The president does not have the power or the authority to unilaterally close these agencies. That's being tested in court, and the president's not doing well in those tests. I want to make sure the Department of Education is efficient. I want to make sure that it's responsive, but the notion that we're going to shift all of the student loans to the SBA is an example of someone who didn't think it through. With fewer employees at that agency, they'll be unable to do the job which they were assigned the responsibility in doing and change the lives of a lot of American students in the process. I yield the floor, suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Dave, if you're still dealing with pain, brother, fucking call your doc. I appreciate, dude, when I seen that you said you had fucking decided to forego the benzos or painkillers, whatever you guys use down there. I get it, man. I appreciate that kind of fucking courage because the shit's nasty. I've had my battle with fucking painkillers in the past. Not like it was, just saying, you know, I had to take them after a bunch of major surgeries in 2004. And it sucks, so I get it. I appreciate that. But for fuck's sake, dude, you're only going to be, I mean, your injury, the pain shouldn't be lasting for more than a few weeks, right? Why not take something for it until then? I mean, because it's just not your physical health, Dave. It's your fucking mental health that pain starts to fucking eat away at. And I know you're aware. I'm not trying to beat up on you, brother. I'm just showing you some love, you know, concerned. No need to suffer. All right, now I got to get small again. There we are. There we go. No chuds want to come and talk to TV yet? Come on, motherfuckers. Where you at? Where are all my chud bitches? I want to say real quick that I appreciate each and every one of you for coming in and hanging out. I really want to do these early streams more when I have the chance, even though, I mean, I'm trying to get my shit together, so like last year I won't be working on Fridays. And then any other time that I have where I'm not going to be working during the day, which probably is going to be often if the weather's nice, at least not for probably until June, shit'll start to mellow out a little bit. It's just I got a lot of fucking staging to do and prep work to do for the 3 projects that I have going. I'm trying to fucking time them because they're all going to be started and finished around the same time, but I can't really just do one and then go to the next because of I'm going to need some help with labor and materials. Some of them shit like mulch I can't get yet. So anyways, all that yapping. Hopefully I'm going to be able to do some more of these morning streams. But hit that thumbs up or down. Share with those you love, those you don't. Subscribe if you got room for another channel in your subscriptions. And ring the all bell. I've been slowly doing more StreamYard streams. So folks will be able to come on and join me if they have the fucking balls. But yeah. Dave says 4 weeks for ankle, 8 to 10 weeks for L5 spinal. I just don't want to get on benzos unless it's last resort. There's people that'll be in pain for the rest of their life. Dave, so you hurt your back too? I thought it was just your leg or ankle. Well, that's definitely not good, dude. You should be fucking... Yeah, there is people that are in pain for the rest of their life, but they probably are also on some pretty heavy pain meds. I mean, nerve damage is the fucking worst, dude. And sometimes there's nervous damage that just does not ever heal right. Like, forever, I had, when I had the surgery on my elbow twice and then on each of my hands, and I still didn't have shit for use of much dexterity in my fingers in my left hand for a long time. but yet I still dealt with a bunch of pain. It fucking sucked. Like there was no, it wasn't like, oh, hey, you know, I'm getting function back, but I'm going to have to deal with this pain. Or, hey, I don't have any function, but also there isn't a lot of pain because there's no feeling in the nerves. It was the worst of both worlds. But I can't believe it. It fucking, because it's about 18 months to 2 years. At least that's what they were saying back then, 20 years ago, right? That if you don't start to have relief after 18 months in nerve damage, you're probably never going to get it. Well, thankfully, that wasn't the case with me. I couldn't play my guitar for years, and I thought for sure I was done. But slowly I regained, after 2 years, I started to regain more dexterity and feeling in my fingers in my left hand. Darlene, good morning. Yeah, Darlene says that she never gets notifications from my channel. YouTube doesn't care for me much in that sense. You're not the first one. Yeah, I could probably go to one of my alt accounts right now and let's see. Yep. Yeah, I'm subscribed. Like, I'm on an alt account right now in the chat, and I just click my notifications. Nothing from TV2 Live. YouTube does not. YouTube is, I'm telling you, they do the shit on purpose. Yeah. No notifications. No notifications live here, or your notifications live here. Subscribe to your favorite channels to get notified about their latest videos. Oh, I'm subscribed to my latest channel. Nothing. All right. That's the thing about these fucking hearings, too. A lot of downtime. Lot of downtime. Yeah, YouTube doesn't think I rock so much, though. YouTube wants nice, friendly, passive fucking streamers. They want people that are just out there showing the fucking flowers and shit. Yeah, sometimes shit's delayed, Dave. I don't know. Like, a lot of times in the Chud chat, I'll see you guys say hi to one of our fucking friends, and I'll be like, why am I not seeing A-Bear or so-and-so? And then all of a sudden the comments start showing. It's weird. Let's see here. How could I do this? Here we go. I just wanted to take a look at the markets again. Looks like, let me refresh this, make sure it's refreshed. Let me make sure it's refreshed. There we go. So not as a big a gain so far today, but yesterday was some sort of fluke. I don't pretend to follow the markets or understand them all that well, right? And I don't mean like I'm a complete buffoon about it like Wes might have you believe. But I do follow the ups and downs, and so yesterday was something had happened. Somebody had fucking pumped a bunch of money into a stock. So, anyways. Yeah, I don't know if it's YouTube or me too, Dave, but like I was telling you guys a little while ago, I'm very draggy today. My computer is. I do have a few windows open right now, and I haven't cleaned up my shit in a couple of days, so that could be the issue. But, I mean, yeah, my CPU's run at like 17% because of this streaming software, which is fine. I mean, I can get up to 35% usage before it starts getting sketchy, but it's still about 6 or 7% higher than normal. It usually runs at around 8, 9, 10% CPU usage when I'm streaming. And it's certainly quite a bit higher than that right now. I'm going to look around a second and see what else is going on. I don't think there's going to be much happening in the House anytime soon. I don't know what all they have. I should probably read up. I don't know what all they have. What other kind of bullshit Trump is trying to push through for laws, for legislation, but I don't see the fucking House-led, GOP-led House getting anything more done. I mean, even if, and by that I mean like good or bad, whether you'd consider it productive or not productive, I don't see them having much more success at whatever kind of bullshit it is they're trying to do. All right, you guys, watch the chat. Let's see if I can. Let's see if Ragey gets all fucking pissed off. All right. Oh, you can't. Wait a minute. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't tell me my shit froze. There it goes. Come on. God damn it. Now I can't tell if it's fucking frozen on the stream or not. It's not moving. What have I done? There it goes. Yeah, I thought it did, Darlene. I'm like, what the fuck, man? I know it's not fucking moving right. You still can't see my comments that I just dropped, though. That's odd. All right, let me, Is it moving? Ratsy, cheers, sister. I know. I'm not proud of myself. Sometimes I get pretty excited about just being able to poke at those fucking idiots. As juvenile as it is, some days I just love it. There they go. All right, now I see my comments. Fucking dumbasses. Share it, Ratsy. Ratsy says she has some big news about Eloon. Let's hear it, sister. Smile Tide, you fucking bitch. Jim says the Intel community is listening to Intel lies. It's straight up a big river in Egypt. God, what is that big river in Egypt now? Oh, denial. That's it. God damn it, Jim. I appreciate you, brother, keeping my wheels working. I'm terrible with fucking remembering stuff. Like all just random, useless, trivial information has gone right out of my fucking head. I don't have room for it. But come on, every day the amount of fucking garbage that is thrown at us, it's like trying to pour a fucking ocean of information into my shot glass of a brain, right? Shit's bound to spill over. Retsy says, so Elon said that if you cut fat out of your operation and 10% has to be added back, you didn't cut enough. So he wants to just cut stuff in government and put back what is needed later on. Right. I see what you're saying, sister. Yeah, he did that for SpaceX and Tesla, and it worked, sort of. However, in SpaceX and Tesla, the feedback info comes quickly. Well, and not only that, Retsy, I mean, we're not really funding citizens the way we are funding SpaceX and Tesla, right? Like, you know, I've gotten shit from some of my lib friends that I really look up to and respect in the past about logistics of America being the size we are, and I feel like that's an issue. I've had, again, the folks that I love and respect and look up to say TV, that's ridiculous. Logistics have nothing to do with it when you have the kind of wealth and, resources that America has. And that makes sense to me, but then why isn't it being done? You know what I mean? Because is it that we just don't have the will to make these things happen that we should be able to have happen in America, like healthcare for all and blah, blah, blah? But getting back to Retsy's post there. So again, he did that with SpaceX and Tesla, and it worked sort of. However, in SpaceX and Tesla, the feedback info comes quickly. Your rocket falls or the glue doesn't work on your swastika. But in government, it takes up to a year to get information back. At a minimum, right? A year. Like I've had, and I know things have moved along quicker, but my aunt has told me, she's like, early when I was a kid, like, Troy, you're not going to see the results from presidential policies for a couple of years until maybe they're even out of office. I think things move along a little quicker than that, certainly nowadays. I mean, maybe that was the case, but anyways, Retsy goes on to say, we won't know if his cuts are good or bad until the Republicans need to be reelected. Well, we're looking at oh my gosh, what is it, you guys? Is it, God damn it, now I forgot. It's 36 Senate seats up for grabs in 2026. And this is important, you guys. 36% of the Senate seats are up for re-election in 2026, but this is the big thing. It's more than 60% of those seats are held by Republicans right now. Does that say that, hey, TV, maybe they're fucking in red districts and there's a reason that they're held by Republicans, Well, of course, but that doesn't mean that we can't win them. I mean, look at where AOC and Bernie Sanders have been doing their rallies, you guys. They've been fucking tearing up. They've been lighting up red states. For fuck's sake, they had 36,000 people out in Arizona yesterday or the day before. Yes, Retsy says, did I make sense? Absolutely. Dave says, yes, the U.S. is like 530 plus times bigger than Israel. Our Anna Creek cattle station is larger than Israel. Well, yeah, but I'm not just using Israel as an example. Like, I've looked at, like, we talked, I think a bunch of us were talking early this morning about Sweden and Norway and Finland. And I don't know if Denmark was mentioned, but like, I've always looked at these Scandinavian countries as really fucking brilliant people, but I just don't see, and because of our size, and this is the pushback I've gotten, and I'm not saying that, I'm not wrong, but I really do believe that logistics make it a little bit harder. I'm not saying it's impossible or that it's a good excuse for us failing in these areas, but I'm just saying it's different. And then when you add on top of it an administration like Trump's, well, Jim says I've done several reorgs over the years. There's always a calling of the herd. Rule 1, do not call what you do not know. Yeah. Well, that's exactly it, right? To Jim's point, I think yeah, and to Retzi's post there, like that's exactly what Elon is doing. He's like, let's just stop everything right now. It's almost basically like just tearing the whole country down and rebuilding it, right? That's what it is. Like, but we can't do that. We can't just have 350 fucking million people sitting on a back burner. It doesn't work, right? And I know you guys know that. All right, hang tight. TV, be right back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are.
We are. I had asked consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. For some reason, the presiding officer has drawn the short straw to be the presiding officer during my daily or frequent speeches here on the floor, but I appreciate your patience and indulgence. This morning I come to the floor to talk about the Intelligence Committee's Worldwide Threats hearing that is ongoing now in Hart Office Building. We have all the leaders of the intelligence community, including the Director of National Intelligence there, and we hold this hearing once a year, and it serves as an important reminder of where the United States stands in terms of the rest of the world and what we should be concerned about and we should protect against. Key among the threats that have been testified to already in open session, and we'll be going to a closed classified session here shortly, but key among the threats discussed this morning was the threat of Russia. Russia's engaged, of course, in an ongoing hot war with Ukraine, a conflict that President Trump is rightly seeking to end. But while this is perhaps toward the forefront of many people's minds when they think about Russia, it's not the only threat that Russia poses to the West. And I use the term West advisedly. That's not just the United States. That includes the United States, but it's far broader than that. Some have described, and I think the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, this morning confirmed that Russia is engaged in a shadow war against the West. One of the ways that they have engaged in this shadow war is through sabotage. That, again, was also confirmed by the Director of National Intelligence this morning. She said these have included attacks against transportation targets like trains, airplanes, and other vehicles, attacks against government and military targets, and some of these attacks have been directed toward critical infrastructure like pipelines, undersea fiber optic cables, and the electric grid. Russia has also targeted industries like defense companies and the leaders of such companies that support their adversaries. These attacks have accelerated in recent years. Between 2022 and 2023, Russia has quadrupled its orchestrated sabotage attacks in Europe. And then they nearly tripled again in 2024. And while this behavior has escalated in recent years, it should come as no surprise to anyone who is familiar with Russian history or the history of Russian actions when it comes to their adversaries. Given Russia's geography, it's always been part of their strategy to extend their westernmost border to provide a larger buffer and a smaller border for Moscow to have to defend. But above and beyond their history of aggressive expansionism, trying to restore really the now collapsed Soviet Union, Russia also has a history of using tactics outside of conventional warfare. These are tactics that advance Russia's strategic interests and weaken those of its adversaries, but may not rise to the level that would merit countermeasures by the target of these efforts. The Soviet Union, the predecessor to the Russian Federation, has historically heavily relied upon during such tactics during the Cold War. For example, the KGB, which was the name of the premier Russian intelligence agency back during the Cold War, the KGB led a campaign to influence public opinion among certain populations to advance Soviet interests. And of course, that has continued today under Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation. One of the reasons the KGB and now the modern intelligence agencies of the Russian Federation use these methods is that they do not necessarily trigger Article 5 of the National North Atlantic Treaty Organization Agreement. Article 5 is the agreement that an attack against one member of NATO will be considered attack against all, which is why it's called a collective defense agreement. And the United States, of course, is one of the signatories to that North Atlantic Treaty Alliance. And one of the risks of Russia triggering Article 5 is that it would necessarily risk a broader war, regional or even worse. And of course, I know we are all acutely aware of the dangers posed by any country triggering Article 5 of NATO. This is in part why President Trump has rightly insisted that our NATO allies increase their defense spending in line with their NATO commitments. It is just not fair or appropriate or actually in NATO's self-interest for those countries to depend entirely on the United States, which is why President Trump has said the 2% of GDP defense spending requirement is really out of date, and that really NATO countries should be spending somewhere closer to 5% of their gross domestic product on their defense. Again, that's also to relieve the burden on the American taxpayer who has been picking up the tab for far too long. And we see the success that President Trump has had by urging our NATO allies to provide more for their self-defense, with France and Germany leading the charge to reinvigorate their defense budgets. That's encouraging, but it takes time, but it needs to start, and it has already started. But in any case, it's clear that Russia is concerned about anything that might trigger Article 5 treaty obligations. Russia, in fact, knows that in a conventional war, that it is no match for the West or NATO. And so they resort to behind-the-scenes activities to indirectly advance their own interests and harm those interests of their adversaries without triggering a reaction from the West. Now, some of these are the reasons why, because Russia knows that it cannot win a conventional war in Europe, were one to break out, is why it continues to rattle the nuclear saber, and why Putin over and over and over again threatens the possibility of the use of tactical nuclear weapons, which of course would be catastrophic for everybody involved. Some of my colleagues may be familiar, I'm sure the public is, with the analogy of a frog in boiling water. If you drop a frog in a pot of boiling water, it will immediately jump out. But if you put a frog in a pot of lukewarm water, you can slowly acclimate the frog to that temperature and it will not jump out. But of course, once the water comes to a boil again, it will kill the frog and obviously be too late. That analogy, I believe, applies to the threat that Russia continues to pose to the United States and our friends and allies around the world. This could, in fact, be the West if we're not vigilant, because we know that the approach and the tactics and the intentions of the Russian Federation have really not changed over time. They are slowly, however, turning up the temperature to weaken us and perhaps to lull us into complacency. But this is not the only tactic that Russia has employed in its war against the West. They also have a history of more blatant war crimes. In 2014, Russia violated its commitments in the 1994 Budapest Memorandum by annexing Crimea, which is part of Ukraine. The Budapest Memorandum, which again was dated in 1994, was a treaty signed by Russia, the United States, and the United Kingdom. Under this agreement, Ukraine, which had become newly independent after the fall of the Soviet Union, where Ukraine would dispose of its nuclear arsenal in exchange for an agreement to protect its territorial integrity and independence. And at the time, Ukraine had the third largest nuclear weapons stockpile in the world. So it was certainly in the interest of the United States and world peace to see Ukraine dispose of that nuclear stockpile. But then again, in 2022, Russia violated its commitments under the Budapest Memorandum by launching a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. These actions are a clear signal to the West that Russia has a history of reneging on its agreements and simply cannot be trusted. And so the task at hand for the West, including the United States, is to reestablish deterrence of Russia and to make sure that we do everything we can to disincentivize them from continuing this long train of abuses. And of course, one of the consequences of rising feelings of insecurity in Europe is that now you have countries like Poland talking about acquiring nuclear weapons. You have the incoming Chancellor of Germany saying that perhaps the UK and Germany should share its nuclear weapons with Ukraine. Now, I had the chance to question the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, and I asked whether this threat of proliferation of nuclear weapons made the world a more dangerous place. It seems like an obvious question, but of course he confirmed that that would be the case. So proliferation of nuclear weapons in Europe is a bad thing and something we ought to seek to avoid at all costs. So I know President Trump has a big task in front of him, and I personally will do everything I can to support his efforts. But we need to reestablish deterrence without seeing nuclear weapons proliferate, which will in fact make the world more dangerous and not safer. As I've said before, and I think is obvious to all of us, we are living in the most dangerous times since World War II. And certainly this morning's hearing on the World Threat Assessment before the leaders of the intelligence community have driven home this reality and confirmed what we already knew. Mr. President, on another related matter, today is the National Medal of Honor Day, where we honor the bravery of our military heroes who've been awarded the Medal of Honor. Last Saturday, I had a chance, along with the presiding officer, to attend the grand opening of the Medal of Honor Museum in Arlington, Texas, where I was moved by, among other things, the words of General Rainey, the head of Army Futures Command, headquartered in Austin, Texas. General Rainey reminded us, quote, "Nobody hates war more than the men and women who served in it. But we all hope that when we find ourselves at that moment, the darkest hour of the darkest day, when it's our turn to be tested, we hope that we will measure up to the courage and valor of these men." So as we consider the challenges that face not only the United States, but the rest of the free world, I think the words of General Rainey can serve as a reminder in this moment. And while we may have some differences among us about our preferred approaches and tactics, we should all be united in our goal of preventing the proliferation of nuclear weapons and, heaven forbid, another reoccurrence of the World War that my dad fought in many years ago. And hopefully to be able to keep our young men and women out of harm's way rather than to have them exposed to the same dangers that previous generations were exposed to in 2 world wars in the European continent. Again, I applaud the efforts of President Trump and Vice President Vance to do everything possible to wind down the current conflict in Eastern Europe in order to avoid it from morphing into a larger regional or even global conflict. And I think those of us who believe in a higher power would do well to continue to say our prayers that ultimately is a successful effort, and I certainly will join in that effort. Mr. President, before I yield the floor, I would ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Kratsios nomination.
Without objection.
Retzi, I don't even know why. I don't even know why they are. Sorry if I'm yelling at you guys. I don't. I don't even know why they are bothering to put so much fucking effort into trying to explain their complete fucking debacle, right? Explain away their. You know what I mean? Because the chuds don't care. They'll sit there and tell you they don't give a fuck. I mean, you know this. I'm not talking down to your. I know I'm preaching to the choir, basically. The chuds sit there and tell us, yeah, we love fucking criminal Trump. If he was fucking found guilty of rape beyond if it was on video, him raping one woman after another, would still vote for him. So yeah, but anyways, that's why I don't understand why the Trump administration is going so far out of its way to try and explain how they didn't fuck up. I mean, they're just making it worse. And it's like, and you could give me your opinion on this, sister, but I think that the only people they would have to be concerned about in this situation is, I don't know how to say this. I wanted to say sane Republican officials, if there is any. Like, if there is still some sort of group, a substantial group or influential group or a sizable enough group that makes a difference of Republicans that are like, yeah, we can't have this fucking bullshit happening. That's the only group that they're gonna, and it's like they're not gonna buy any of the bullshit excuses that the Trump administration's coming up with because they're smarter than that. The only reason they don't speak up right now is because they don't give a fuck. They have something to gain from all this madness, I'm guessing.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the
Yeah, right on. I agree. Rhett says they're totally and willingly embarrassed. Yeah. I guess that's the human nature too, right? To sit there.
Signed by 16 senators.
By unanimous
All right,
consent,
they're back.
Quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the...
I'll just say real quick, I guess that's the human nature to sit there and somehow to defend yourself, rather you have anything to legitimately defend, or if there is any defense, which we all know there is no defense for what the fuck happened. But yeah, I feel you.
Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Highsmith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff,
Whoa, whoa, whoa. We got a guy in there calling.
Schmidt,
House clerk is a male today.
Mr. Schumer,
Or not the House clerk, Senate clerk.
Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen,
What the fuck's this world coming to?
Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Warren, Mr. Wicker, Mr.
All right,
Wicker,
let's see if I can jump in here a minute before they start. Yep.
Senators voting in the affirmative.
Yep. Too late.
Baldwin,
Maybe they're still calling
Brett.
roll.
Cassidy, Cornyn, Curtis,
Or the-
Duckworth,
yeah.
Fisher, Graham, Marshall, McCormick, Rose.
Anyways, where were you
Senators
guys?
voting in the negative. Kim, Merkley, Smith.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I already forgot what I was going to say. Maybe that's a sign I'm yapping too much. Oh, no, the market. Yeah, I don't know, Mac. Yesterday was a fluke, I guess. But it's not like, again, you know, not like I pretend. You guys know. I don't fucking pretend to know much more than what I can sit here and show you guys on screen and read out,
Mullen.
right? But
Mr. Mullen. Aye.
I have watched the markets for the last 2
Houston.
years pretty closely
Houston.
as far as
Aye.
what's going on with consumer confidence, with the political temperature, and then what happens with the market, right? And I'm not saying that's a great fucking formula or anything to follow if you're investing, but it seems to be pretty consistent as far as what you have coming out of what leader's mouth, right? And how the market responds. And, you know, surprisingly, I don't know why, because I don't see what the fuck they're getting out of it. I'm just real pissy about any Democrats giving way to anything this administration or the GOP is doing, because and I'm not saying sit there and fucking beat up on them or make shit up. I'm saying don't fucking tout any goddamn thing that they're doing that.
Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt.
My point is that I've seen too many fucking Democrat or liberal left-leaning talking heads lately making it a point to praise Trump for not completely destroying the country yet. I'm not kidding you. Like, well, thankfully there really isn't like, God damn it, I won't call him out. Anyways, it was the fact that the jobs unemployment seems to be about the same. The market really is pretty close to, or not the market. Inflation and jobs are about where they've been. They haven't really changed much, but the market has lost over 5%, and it was higher than that last week, right? And so it's consumer confidence that is really the only metric right now that we can say that you can solidly look at and say, well, here it is right in front of your face that Trump has fucking shit up. But there's been no policies that have, like, he keeps backtracking the tariffs, right, and all that shit. But it's coming. And I just wanted to take a second to do another fucking rant. No. We can't have any of this shit. There's no fucking reason for anybody to say, well, Trump hasn't fucked up anything too awfully bad yet. Yeah, there's a lot of tension and there's a lot of possibilities of fucking shit going completely sideways. It's like, no. You're not going to hear any of that from me. Anyways. So yeah, watch. So my thoughts are, Mac, that the markets are still going to be trending down because consumer confidence is in the fucking toilet. It is. Anyways, there's my rant on that. Thanks, Mac. I blame Mac for you guys. Anybody's upset with me being upset, take it up with Mac.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice. Aye.
Ratsy, be good. We'll talk to you later, sister. I got yapping and I start running my mouth and not watching chat. Angela, we missed you. I hope you're doing good.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley. Aye.
Just know that we missed you and I hope you're doing good. And no, I haven't seen the, there's so much going on, girl, right? I haven't seen the, would you say national security hearings? Maybe that was yesterday? I don't know. There's been a lot. There's been SCOTUS hearings going on and judiciary hearings and, yes, national security hearings. Plus these confirmation hearings, which I haven't paid a whole lot of attention to, but and then just barely getting through the budget debacle again. I know, sister. I don't want to get you going on to that and all, but Laura talked to me a little bit. Yeah. Snow, our heart goes out to you. Mac, what's up, brother? Good morning. Is it? No, it's not morning anymore. It's afternoon. Mac dog in the house.
Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan. Aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen. No.
Oh no, you lost your cat too? Yeah, we heard about Mom and just like, what? Where's Angela been? And then Laura told us. I feel you, sister. It's been
Miss Also Brooks. Miss Also Brooks.
Next month or in May will be 2 years since we lost Mom, so I feel you.
Miss Klobuchar. Miss Klobuchar. Aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito. Aye.
Yeah, even without all the personal stuff, Angela, I'm telling you, there's so much to keep up on. It's impossible, I think. I mean, every day we thought Trump was fucking dropping shit bombs hand over fist in the past. Pfft, he's totally fucking sped all that up. He has automated his shit pile dropping. Maybe I should
Mr.
make that
Hyman.
a little bit smaller,
Mr.
huh, you
Hyman.
guys?
Aye.
Or so we can see it. So we can see the whole vote.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso. Aye.
Is that a little better or no? Does that work all right? I try to make use of all my screen, but could do that. Oh, look at that. AP, I was just thinking about you the other day, dude. Somebody was saying something about Bully having a shit ton of accounts, and I thought, man, that motherfucker AP has a whole ton of them.
Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune. Aye.
As soon as I fucking deleted it, I seen Max post. That's funny. I love it. Good stuff. All right, let me make sure the volume's back up for you guys for the floor again, and I'll be right back. I'll be in and out all day.
Mr. Scott of South
So if I
Carolina.
disappear for a minute, know that I haven't gone far.
Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff. No. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono. No. Mrs. Highsmith. Mrs. Highsmith. Aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye.
What are these people doing all day, you guys?
Mr. Murphy.
Oh, there we go.
Mr. Murphy,
Mr.
no.
Langford.
Mr.
Mr.
Risch.
Langford, aye.
Mr. Risch, aye.
Hundred fucking seats in that place and not fucking 5 of them filled.
Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no.
Ebb tide. I like that, Mac Dog.
Mr. Schumer.
Low tide.
Mr. Schumer, no.
I think
Mr.
Bill
Cruz,
calls him low
Mr.
tide
Cruz,
quite a bit. I like that.
aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
Tide has really degraded. I know that's hard to imagine, but
Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff,
I mean, I don't know how you can
No.
degrade much more than a troglodyte, but
Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no.
degrade to much more than less than one. They are resilient, though. Troglodytes. I don't know how resilient. Tide seems pretty resilient too. That fellow's been through put himself through the fucking ringer. Ain't that right, Tide?
Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy,
All right.
aye.
Are you guys getting a loop? Maybe not. I don't know. Thought I heard my dumb ass twice. Maybe it's just on my end.
Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Reed, no.
They need to show the how everybody's voting. What
Haggerty.
percentage of Dems
Mr. Haggerty,
and Republicans make
Aye.
up that 61 yay and what percent make up that 21 yay, nay, right? Like they do in the House. Mr. He Holly.
Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Miss Blunt Rochester. Miss Blunt Rochester, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye.
I wonder if that UN Security Council meeting on Syria
Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott
had
from
any
Florida,
good stuff going on in it.
aye.
I don't think wasn't what Angela was speaking of earlier, I don't believe. Nosy says she just watched a live stream regarding the security leak via Signal. Their favorite sentence was, "I cannot recall." So they're already being questioned about it, like in pressers, Nosy?
Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye.
Yeah, we were discussing that not long ago, Nosy, that my thoughts are that I don't even know why they're bothering to try and fucking make excuses for the complete fucking just absolute. There's no words to describe it, right? It's the biggest fucking goddamn fuck up. Biggest goddamn fuck up that we've seen.
Mr. Booker.
It's
Mr. Booker,
it's just horrendous. It's
no.
I don't have the words. to describe what a complete fucking disaster and fuck up it is. But honestly, I don't know why they're even bothering trying to make excuses, because nobody cares on either side. Like, anybody on the fucking team sanity, and that's most of America, no, it's just all fucking bullshit anyways. And the fucking chuds, they don't give a fuck because they don't give a fuck.
Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye.
The ayes are 73, the nays are 25. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Executive Office of the President, Michael Kratsios of South Carolina, to be Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
All right, let's just get rid of that shit for now. I'll fix that later. Well, thanks for spending the morning with me, you guys. I appreciate you. I was getting antsy. And I was able to unload a little bit. Yeah, as always, I appreciate you folks spending your time here. Your time is the most valuable thing, and I just want to let you know that I realize that, and I appreciate it. I don't know if we'll catch these guys when they come back into session or not, maybe. But I'm going to sign off for now, but I'll certainly see you guys all real soon. There's no doubt about that, whether you like it or not. So, expect me. All right, you guys be good, all right? I'll see you soon. Peace and love. TV2 out.